There we go. How about this? Let's try this again. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name's Digital Dragon, and I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. Pro streamer, in fact, who has just been sitting here talking to himself on mute. Thank you, Rocket Drone, for letting me know that. Uh, Good morning, Mr. Wizix, Ash Prince. Welcome on, everybody. Uh, Sorry about that. As I was basically trying to say is we've been working on our RatRig Core 4 here. I've had to arrange some stuff differently on this side of the bench. Normally, about right here is where my laptop and stuff is at so that I can use that and adjust if I need to, and the camera is here on a tripod. Well, right now, the little table that I use for the laptop is directly against the end of the bench with the tripod sitting on it because we're going to have to be working right in here today and working on cabling and possibly trimming down and recrimping our cables. Now, you'll remember last stream that this cable was extremely long, like way too long. There was two different endstop cables in the kit, and looking through the rest of the wiring, we only needed one at this stage. So I grabbed the other one to see if it was a better fit lengthwise, and it is. So if I do need to use the other cable like this, then I will just cut it to the appropriate length and we'll be good. Let's see where we at. So we got this started. I didn't want to cut and start crimping the last stream, which would have been Thursday night. It was like 10 o'clock. And I was like, just really not in the mood to start doing a bunch of crimping and stuff. So that's going to be the plan today is we're going to start running the next step in our guide, which will be doing the motors. And when we start doing the motors, they're going to run through this back panel here through the back, and then we'll probably need to cut those to length and make those work out a little bit better for us. So, hey, good morning, Chris. How's it going? Um, yeah, so I would just say that this printer is a beast for it being a 300 size. Um, like normally, let me see if I can't get this down here. Okay, normally it would be sitting right here on the black. I don't know if you can tell, but here are the feet, and it's the inside edges that are sitting on the metal rail edges of my bench. So going this way where the back panel would be over, rotate at 90 degrees, it'll fit, but going this way, it's wider than it is deep. And so that's why I'm barely on the bench here. Yeah. Hey, Evil Diesel, how's it going? Good morning. So I just have to be cognizant and aware of that and be careful. And unfortunately, we're going to do the XY, the hybrid motors, and then it says to do the Z motors. We're going to hold off on the Z. We'll jump over and start working on the tool head because in order to get to the Z, I'm going to have to pull this forward, lay it down on its side, route the cables underneath, and then stand it back up. And like I said, she's getting chonky and unwieldy. As soon as you add this back panel on here, you lose one set of handholds. So, and by the way, we're drinking some of our Black Rifle Coffee Company out of our KB3D mug this morning, and then we've got another set already made in a tumbler. And then I'm not sure if Mrs. Dragon, we've been staying up late watching the Olympics, and we'll probably get a coffee run later in the afternoon. So yeah, good perspective. Exactly. Okay, so we're going to start here with our uh, motors, and in this step, there's um, two different ways we could go. If we were doing the basic Core XY, you'll see that we would be mounting or installing the motors in these first two um, uh, stepper locations. But going as hybrid, you'll notice that the motors change, that we're actually going to go one here, and I think it's this motor. No, this motor that we'll do, and then the other two motors that do the Y will come in here on these two. So it really need to pay attention to the wiring and how it's asking us to do that so that we get these done in the right order. We're also going to be running these and setting our little cable clips in place to um, hold these within that 30-30 frame. Those little cable clips, I was a little worried at first, but they're pretty good little cable clips. They work out really well. And I'm not sure if we're going to have to come in here and do a lot of trimming and cutting down on our wires or not. But if we need to, we will, just to keep things cleaner. No. And this is the motor on this side, the bottom motor. So this would be technically this would be B and then A for your Core XY setup. And we want to make sure that our cable is not pulled too tight, that we have some strain relief at the end there. And let me be playing with the cameras today to kind of flip between, whether or not we're doing our overhead or the other side. So we're doing this motor here. Let me see if I can bring that out a little bit more. Okay, so we're working with this motor. Our cables are coming out the side here. So all I'm doing is wrapping it around the back side of the motor, and then we can bring it up in our the channel of our 30-30, and then out the grommet hole that's on either side of the main column here. So on either side of the main column here, there's a grommet hole, and then the bigger one is right down through the middle. So our top motors will come down through the middle grommet. The side motors are going to come in through these side grommets and then down into the printer. Do you need more coffee? I can try. Well, like I said, I've got a 20-ounce tumbler and my KB3D mug going, so that'll get me into this a bit. And if we need to, and Miss Dragon still is dragging her feet a little bit today, then I'll give you a call, Evil Diesel. Okay. So it does tell us to go ahead and clip these in using about 3 clips on each side. Once again, these clips, they're printed, pretty cool. They're printed on a raft, and they really easily just pop right off the raft. So, and these little clips, they almost look like, just little pie symbols. And they do a good job of clipping in there and holding the wires and stuff up. But wherever you put them is pretty much wherever they're going to stay. So once again, we're going to get our wire up here, and we want our wire to basically just loop right around the back of the motor. And, give yourself like a finger back there just in case you have to do any any more wire management down the road, or if you need to do any work on these. You don't want your wires too tight because that could be bad. It says to use about 3 of these clips on each side, so that's what we're going to do. Now these clips, once you get them clipped in, they don't really slide very easily. So make sure you get them in the spot that you want them. And once again, this comes out, we probably just loop this right in. But this one is the right motor. So it will go in 1, 4, fourth one down here. Come on. Yeah, so it's going to go the 4th slot down. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll go right in here. And that's where I'm saying we're going to have plenty of length here. So I think what I'm going to do is figure out about where this needs to be cut. Go ahead and cut this. We'll crimp and re-terminate. And that's what we'll be doing for all of our motor wires today. Just we'll crimp and re-terminate these. And we'll do these one at a time so that we don't get anything messed up or confused between the motors. And JSTs, crimpers, and strippers. Here we go. House is empty. Where's a little bit at? So we just need to strip off a little bit of the wire on each side here. Going to the fair. Is there a state fair going on? It makes sense because they normally happen in August, right at the end of summer. I just didn't know state fair was going on. No? Okay. What kind of fair? Small county one, going to play games, not for right. Okay, gotcha. When you're stripping these for JSTs, you really don't need to strip a lot of material. And okay. So it's for oh, okay, over at Tractor Supply downtown, or over by Lowe's and stuff. Yeah. That makes sense. Gonna go ahead and get our JSTs installed one at a time. We got a good connection. So how are you doing today, Mr. Wizix? Chris too, how are you doing? You how's the shop going? I know you guys opened up an actual retail space. You guys get a decent amount of foot traffic in through that, or? Oh, that one didn't work out. Hey, Liz, welcome on in. Happy Sunday. Actually, happy Saturday, yeah. Coffee time. Welcome, welcome. Yep, it's Saturday. I don't need to be jumping ahead. Just feels like Sunday because I stayed up way too late last night playing around. So for whatever reason, the Rook 2020 that I've been taking to shows for like 2 years, the MCU stopped talking. Like it won't connect. It flashes, and I know it flashed because I switched it from UART to USB connectivity last night as a last ditch effort, and it connected, so I know that that's working, that it's flashing. And I had it working. It was coming up on main sale, but as soon as I installed Clipper Screen, it stopped connecting to the MCU again. So I have no idea what's going on. It was really annoying the hell out of me last night. So but Orange Dragon, which is the Rook 2020 Mark I, is currently down and offline, having a like I'm having to really work on getting that firmware stuff figured out and set back up. Made a discovery: Home Depot cable tie mounts, nylon, and those dreaded M3 hammerhead T-nuts make the perfect cable mount for extrusions. Yes. Yes. Hey, Iconic Fab, how's it going? Long time no see. Long time no see. Okay, so I got all four of the ends, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to look at the cable pinout from the, the original part of the motor. So it goes red, blue, green, black, right to left. So red, blue, green, black. Come on. There we go. Make sure that they're all four in the connector good. And then once again, this is the, we'll say the right motor. So it's going to go in the fourth slot. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll say the locking connector prongs come out towards me. Go away from the motors. I'm sorry, they go towards the motors. My bad. Not fitting. And just like usual, if we've got the direction wrong, meaning it's the motor's moving in the wrong direction, it's a simple change within the printer config file, so that's no big deal. We're going to do the same thing with the motor over here on this side. In fact, I'm going to walk around to do that. Yes, we've got the RatRig, and this is the hybrid motor setup. So right now we're starting to do our wiring, and we're starting with our, we'll say the AB motors or the standard XY motors, and then we'll come in and do the hybrid motors afterwards. Now the nice thing is with the RatRig here is we've got the hybrid motor setup. One way or the other, come on. We've got the hybrid motors, but you can start with the standard Core XY, switch to the hybrid motors, and then switch to IDEX. And regardless, the hybrid motors would be used with the IDEX setup. So it's kind of like a stepped upgrade path, which is pretty cool. And on this side, we're going to be getting both the motor cable and the the Y endstop cable locked into that cable trough. So just make sure that you have both of the motors in place when you go to install it. Both of the wires in place and in that extrusion trough when you go to install your clip. There we go. And like I said, it's very difficult to move that clip without it popping out. So if you need to move it, just be careful as you're moving it over. And right now the chat is over my back left shoulder, so if I'm not paying attention to chat, just bear with me for a moment. As soon as I get these clips in here, I'll come back around to the front where I can read the chat easier. Okay. And I know it'd probably be better to, or it would seem easier just to run all these cables and then come back and do all of them. But I do want to be somewhat methodical and make sure that we work through the process here. And this is the left motor, which is going to go all the way down here. So just going to try and figure out our cable length. And I tend to keep these little cable runs. You never know when you need some good 24 gauge wire. After a while, I do purge it some, but it's good to, I find, keep some stock like this. But yes, this is the hybrid motor setup. So let me take this off and we can go to the overhead camera. So we've got lower motors here that are the standard XY motors. And then the upper motors here are the Y, and they're just going to be cabled straight forward on each side. So we're going to have we have a standard belted Core XY at the bottom. The Y belts have not been installed yet. We do that a little bit later in the process. We're just kind of following our way through the guide right now. So yeah, kind of the setup we're dealing with. And we have, I'll say, quote unquote, installed the build platform or created the initial build platform. Then we took it out, we took it back out of the printer just to make it easier to move around and get it out of the way so that we can use the overhead camera as we start our wiring and stuff. Because we will wire up the bed, but without installing it. So basically we're going to wire it up, we're going to do a check, and then it has us install it. That way, if for whatever reason you have a bad bed or you've done something to it and it's not working appropriately, you don't have to worry about, oh man, now I don't have enough cable to rejigger things, or oh, I put this heavy duty backed 3M sticker sheet on, because all your silicone heaters are going to have your, your Canovas at least are going to have that really good 3M adhesive. And then if you have to pop it off for whatever reason, it's really hard to get off and it's a pain in the butt. So they basically have you check it on the bench before you actually do a physical install of it. Which, first time I've seen that, but and I will also say I have never had a DOA Canovo, or actually any of the silicone heat pads. I've never had a DOA one. But speaking of, bench testing stuff, Iconic Fab does have a test rig called The Rig, where you can test out new electronic components. You can get all your components mounted. Say if you're doing it on DIN rails, you can get it all on the DIN rail mount, so you can mount it up on the rig and then test out all of your software install stuff before you even have it in the printer. Pretty good testing tool. So down the road, if we decide, hey, we want to do some trade ups, and we want to say put a Kraken in here, right, and actually take things up a notch and do some 48-volt wiring for all of these AB and hybrid stepper motors, we can do that. And we can check it all out on the bench and make sure that we can get a configuration going ahead of actually installing it in the printer and then going through a lot of hassle and finding out that we might have an issue, right? So that's a pretty cool little bit of kit. And how are you doing this morning, Shenanigans? Tugboat, welcome in. Welcome in. We're doing some crimping. Oops, and I just realized you guys cannot see what I'm doing. Switch camera views. So we're over here, we're doing some crimping. The motor wires. So the AB and the 2Y motors are, we'll say, direct wired, meaning the wires are soldered directly to the motor itself on the one end. So the length is what you get. Like on our Z motors, they use the plugs at the motor side as well, which is nice because if they do it right, all of those can be custom made to the correct length, which makes routing and stuff so much easier for the builder, and you don't have to go through and do all the crimping and stuff. Okay, and this once again was red, blue, green, black, starting from the right. Red. Ooh. Black. And the color scheme, quite honestly, does not matter. Every single motor that you get will, or not every single motor, but there's a good chance that you could get 2 batches of motors from the same company, and the pin colors, the actual wire colors, could be different between each set of motors, even though they're the same motor, same manufacturer. They can wind up having a different wire pattern just between batches because of who built them and so forth. It's just the way it is. The best thing that if you really wanted to, you could check for phases. But once again, you're getting your pairs together, your A and B pairs. You don't know if they're in the right order to go based on your config. That's why Clipper lets you add an exclamation point to basically change the directionality. So if you get these wired up and your motors are going in reverse, you just add that exclamation point and you change the direction of the motors. Okay, so we've got our left and right motors in. Next, we scroll down here and we're going to work on the 2 upper motors. Once again, we're going to bring the wires down and around through the topmost grommet up here. come back over here. So this motor, our cables are coming out the back on this particular one. So we're just going to bring our connector down, pull it through. And then once again, we want a little bit of slack. So I'm going to bring this down, leave a little bit of slack in here. We come in and get these down in the groove. We'll get these down in the groove. We'll put in our little clips. And it shows just 2 clips up on this side. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, how's it going, friendo? How's it going? You've probably been having some good days with you just had the FIFA Worlds, and now you've got Olympic soccer going on. This is just gonna, like I said, just creep up and around like that. We're gonna have all of the tool head wiring that's gonna come in and go down this slot as well. So all of our tool head wiring is gonna come up and go right down through this back piece. So this is the right motor, and the right motor route the Y1 stepper cable is shown. So this is the one I just ran through is this side, which is Y2, and Y2 goes in the 5th slot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's going to go right next to the other one that we did here. 1, 2, 3, 5. So it's going to go here, and it's going to correlate to this stepper. Because remember, these 2 steppers are the Z and 2. So the 3rd and 4th stepper motor connectors go to the Z motor. And they're in parallel because normally if you're going to have anything, you'll have a dual Z. So like most bed slingers and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and cut our wires. And what I haven't done yet, and I'm going to do, is grab my Sharpie marker and mark which ones are which here. So this, once again, is going to be Y2, right? Yeah. So on the back of the connector, I'm just literally going to write like Y2. That way I'll know that that's the Y2. And X. Or B. This one will be Y. Or A. Because once again, this is a core XY, and our core XYs go bah. So where normally we're used to X and Y, core XYs are truly A and B, or B and A, so B then A. coffee, the lifeblood. And so same thing as before, we're just going to trim off just a tiny bit here so that we can put on our JST connectors. I'll tell you the team that's really impressed me was the U.S. women's rugby team. Those girls played their hearts out. Long week, most definitely. And I do have I thought I'd already exported them, but I hadn't. So I exported the Tuesday and Thursday streams. So look for those to be published. I'll probably do Tuesday stream today. The Thursday stream I'll schedule for tomorrow. And then today's stream, I'll get it exported and I'll schedule that for like maybe Monday. So basically, I'm going to drop them every day or so, get caught up. And by drop them, I mean they're published to as VODs on Twitch today. This is cutting them over to YouTube. It always takes a while because they send the file over and then you've got to wait for it to import as standard def and then wait. Standard def's always first thing it'll be available, and then you need to wait until it goes to high def mode. Oh, gotcha. Welcome in, Shrimp Father. I'm with you. I got some coffee, and I was planning on having these cut and re-terminated to size off stream. And yesterday, I wound up having a couple of impromptu meetings, and then I am digital. Evil Diesel came over yesterday and helped me move some things around. So give me a second and I'll show you what we did. Let me get this wire cabled up. Evil Dragon. Yep. Okay, let's scan it. Red, blue, green. red, blue, green, black, and this one is going to come right here. So that was what, 2, 3, 4, 5. And once again, this is the right upper motor. And quick segue. So we've got some cleaner floor area here. You'll notice that Milo is gone. We took Milo out to the shed, but we also got black box here up on the top of black stack. So I'll be moving this in and out. The other ACM panels, the 1/8" ACM panels that'll go on the sides to wrap around black stack. Those come in, or at least 2 of the 3 panels I need will come in on Monday. So I'll do the right side and the back. I'll leave the left side open for now because I need to wait until the E-dryer gets in to figure out. I may have to take the back panel back off and cut slots in it, or drill holes to do whatchamacallit, like PTFE tube pass-throughs. So we'll keep working on that as we get the E-dryer, but I do want to get that up and printing. Okay, so now I'm going to come around to the other side so that I can get the left upper motor run. Ah! Definitely want to thank Steel Diesel for coming over because, yeah, stuff's getting heavy, and I tweaked my back yesterday moving Milo around before he got here, just so we had it out of the way to bring Black Box up without having to try and step over things. Now, once again, we need to make sure that we've got, I'll say, kind of like a service loop in place there. We're going to be going over the top of our PTFE mount, so no, I'm not showing this because I just realized I didn't camera view, but trust me. Okay. Last motor, and this motor is going to go, this is Y1, going to go in our second slot down here. And of course, I grabbed the wrong And it's pretty imperative that you get these in the right spot because we're using the Rat OS and a predefined printer config file, right? So they'll have a predefined printer config file for this printer in RatRig OS. So we want to make sure that we're using the right locations for all of our wires and stuff like that. So And it got quiet. I had a couple of prints that just finished. Does anybody else have any other projects they're working on? Any new printer builds? Any print projects for 3D Printopia? Hey, Free Heathen, welcome in. How are you doing today, my friend? We are wiring up our motors, and in the process, we're trimming them down so that we don't have a butt ton of excess wire in here for no reason. And we are going to deviate from the manual a little bit, because after we get the XY motors done, it does want us to go ahead and do the Z motors, but that's going to require me to lay the printer down, and I'm going to delay that as long as I can. We'll go ahead and work on the Toolhead stuff, and then we'll come back and do the Y or the Z motors afterwards. Other than the Rook, no projects. Okay. Now, are you doing any type of summer camp for your uh, your company or org there, Tugboat? Keep thinking I saw something about a summer camp, but I'm not sure if it happened already or not. You writing for the game? Okay. And are you using like Chat GPT to help, build the basic structure for the game and then tweaking it past that? Or because I'll be quite honest, I am staying the hell away from most of the AI stuff, whether it's Chat GPT or Copilot or things like that. But it seems like every time you turn around, somebody's integrated a new AI piece to their tool, whether it's, like an antivirus service or, like, of course, GitHub with GitHub Copilot. I've had the bank send me stuff on their latest AI stuff. You write stuff in Chat GPT and then rewrite and output. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they are good tools, but especially things like Chat GPT, I think people are using it as, you know, this is the end all be all. And it's like, no, it's only as good as the information it was fed to train the algorithms, um, which is why it scares me. Same thing with the coding. We got people that are going to learn just code by generative AI, and you don't actually know, like, is it good code? Yeah, functionally it may do what you need it to do, but is it good code? Right? Is it secure code? Is it good code? Did it implement the security features of a library, or did it just implement a library call, and now you've got uh, you know, openings in your code from a security standpoint? Just trying to route these cables to make sure that they are somewhat neat, or at least can be made neat when I bring down the little locking clips here. So yeah, that'll work. Cutting is so 2000. Yeah. Couldn't do it without the robot. It's hard to reach in a, yeah, to teach it a game. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, it's good to get the basics, like have it have it code some parts and then, you know, still verify it, but yeah, and that's the thing. It works, but it may not be I'll say clean code. It may be a lot of excess. Um there are so many ways to skin a cat with coding, right? Yeah, exactly. Trust but verify. Um Oh, you got all the fires again in Colorado. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That it sucks with fire season there. So step 68 is dealing with the D motors, 69 as well. We'll do those later. I'm gonna skip those for now. We'll come in and wire up for our Raspberry Pi. To do so, we'll need a couple of cables that I'll need to find. So we do have stuff here for wiring a switch. That's going to be the Raspberry Pi cables. We got some more of our terminations. But I do like that they gave us insulated spade terminals for use with our switch wiring. Now we had discussed before about not having the right outlet socket type. I did check, and this one that I have here is a press fit. It will press fit in and lock. I still want the one that'll screw in. I have a 5-pack on order from Amazon that should get here, I think, tomorrow if it doesn't get delayed. And then a couple that I bought from a dude on eBay that will support 15 amp. And that may be critical if I decide to start switching up electronics and go to something else. So, okay, so we need the power inlet plus 5-volt power ground, black jumper wire length, 500 millimeters, 500 millimeters, USB A to C. So this will be my power and ground jumper wire. And it's DuPont on both ends, which I'm not a huge fan of, and I'll explain why. And also, they only give you one power. I have found, especially on Raspberry Pi 4s, which is what this is, your pins in this bottom row here is going to go 5-volt, 5-volt ground. And I tend to want to use both 5 volts because if I don't, I can take power, was it under voltage, right? And it's because you don't have enough amperage to run the Pi and everything that you're going to plug in. And since we're plugging a bunch of stuff in USB wise, Beacon and the other Toolhead board, we may want to do that. We'll see. I missed. Hey K2, I missed you sneaking in here. Oh, good morning, sir. There you go. Get to try new pan chromas. Gotcha. And Pezliz is like, hey, you've got some coming. Yeah, the pan chromas are one thing. I'm interested in the some of the Fiberon. Been lurking a lot. Yeah, I don't know why it's felt like it's been rough lately. I haven't been able to make it to um everybody's streams and stuff. So we're plugging in. Good Lord, where are we plugging? This is behind the USB connector. So we've got the USB connector up here. USB connector. Got our JST. There's a long JST right here. Right next to the JST, up against the stepper motor is where we're going to go. So we're going positive. Then negative. Don't worry, we are going to verify these against the Octopus GitHub. So typing blind there. So Octopus pen. We're going to be looking in this area right here. Oh yeah, that worked. Really not making it any bigger, so let me come over closer to here. This color scheme on this pinout diagram drives me insane. Oh, nice. So the JST connector is the TFT display. Then the 5-pin above that is BL Touch. This like 2 rows of 5-pin connectors are the Raspberry Pi. So you've got 5-volt ground, actually 5-volt, 3 grounds, and receive, 5-volt, 3 grounds, and transmit. So that would be where you would do a dedicated connection to your Raspberry Pi or a UART. And let me go full screen here. So we're looking at this connector, right? My mouse moving around, looking at this connector set right here. And it's 5-volt and 5-volt. This 6 block right in the middle is all grounds. Then you've got transmit and receive down here. So you would be able to do 5-volt and ground. And if you want, you can do UART to talk. We're not going to do UART, but I've got 5-volt and ground. So I can probably create another one of these 5-volt connectors and connect it to the other 5-volt and bring it around and run both 5-volt, 5-volt, and ground at the Raspberry Pi side. That's good to know. Always good to have your pin diagram available. So got our 5-volt, our ground. Come down here, and once again, we're going to have a 5-volt, 5-volt ground down at the bottom. So we'll do our 5-volt ground. And we'll figure out our cable routing. Goes just popping up, going straight down, around like that. So actually out this round or behind thing. Like I said, I'll create another one of these and add another 5-volt line because that will ensure that I don't have any under voltage down here on Raspberry. Here. So 5-volt ground up here, loops down, comes straight down over 5-volt and ground down here. I'll add another 5-volt, bring it up, and it'll go right up above this 5-volt connection. And once again, what I was talking about was this set of pins right above this last stepper motor set of 10 pins. It's 5-volt, 3 grounds, and then these 2 pins over here next to the red connector are receive and transmit. So yeah, there we go. So Tugboat, your Raspberry Pi for the Rook you sent over has a heat sink that won't let it go in the spot. Can I remove heat sink that won't let it go in the spot? Just thinking real fast. Yeah, I think you really still want a heat sink on it, but you can probably find a lower profile heat sink that'll fit on it. But yes, you should be able to remove it for now. Uh-oh. There's some chat there. What's going on? Happy big sexy Saturday. Yep. Hey Glendon, welcome in. More of a stud muffin Sunday feel to you. Yep. I need to be Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the build's going fairly fast, Zombie. We've just been focusing on this build. We haven't been doing like two builds side by side. Um, cool. And you done some. You were working with the, was it PPCF or you were doing the like, was it PPCF or PPSCF? All right, take it easy, free heathen. But yeah, I've used their PA612 CF and some of their other stuff, and it's really good. I'm looking to kind of check some other things out. So now we're going to start working on the toolhead side of things. So we're going to start working on our toolhead stuff. So everything up here. Now, one thing that I did this morning right before stream is our hot end cooling fan here. The wire used to come straight up out of here because I was planning on bringing it around this way. The um, the manual actually shows it coming around on this side, so I just took it out, clocked it 90 degrees, put it back on, so that this can come up and go around the side here. Um, Now our hot end and thermistor, you're going to see that we need to change the connectors on here, but we're also going to need to be looking at the length. So especially on the hot end, it's going to come up, it's going to tuck behind the X endstop there, tuck behind. There we go. And then it's going to come around up and plug into the board. Now these boards, the EBB boards, have really tiny screw down terminals. And on top of that, these screw down terminals, um, you can't really get to it with this board mounted, not very easily. So I'm going to have to dismount the board in order to install these wires. But what I'm looking at is just gently bringing it up and following the contours that they want us to about where is my wire needing to be so that I can cut my wire, properly terminate it with ferrules, and then we will take the board off, mount the wires, ferrules in the connector, and then remount the board. And looking at the kind of the cable run and following the path it'll show us to take, I think I'm going to be about right there is where I need to cut this. This is a one and done. Once you, well, not one and done per se. I can solder these back together, but so that's been cut. And we'll do the same thing with our thermistor wire because it's going to come in, but it's going to be a JST, so it'll be easy enough to plug in after the fact. So what I'm going to do is pull these back forward so I've got access to them. I'm going to strip some of the ends off here, and then we're going to go ahead and put some ferrules on it. Now here it shows just cutting the wires at 150 millimeters and stripping about 5 to 10 off the end to expose the conductor. And then once again, 160 millimeters and crimp a JST2 connector. There's nothing to worry about polarity there. So it's more of just getting things tied in. Now it talks about just doing the cable ends bare. I do not like to do that. I want to put ferrules at the end of this, if at all possible. So Good morning, Nick. Welcome on in. Yeah, I haven't played with the Polymaker PET CF yet. I've used atomic filament PET GCF, and that stuff was beautiful. So I'm assuming that the Polymaker is going to be just as good, if not better. And I was seeing some of the results Zombie was getting, and yeah, it was looking really nice. We're going to be using our white end ferrules. This is the 22 gauge. And we're probably going to cut these shorter because once again, these ports on the EBB, I have found that we need to not only take the board off to get the ferrules in there, but it's a very small connector depth-wise, so we wind up cutting at least one section off of the ferrule itself to be able to get them in so that they're not sticking out. You don't want the metal portion of the ferrule sticking out of the connector because that gives it a chance to arc with the connector beside it, which is a bad thing. So working on drilling and tapping a frame for the box turtle. Nice. Yeah, I'm seriously thinking I need to cut up a bunch of extrusion and I'm going to build my own Casa enclosure. I know that LDO Motors is going to be coming out with a Casa enclosure kit. I just don't know what the timeline is on both of when they're going to drop it for availability, and then of course, what does that mean for actually getting it in my hands and uh, going through and doing or getting it. Like I said, I'm just going to dismount this tool board. And once again, I don't even think that my standard jewelers got to use my iFixit kit because my standard little jeweler's screwdriver doesn't fit too wide. Once again, these wires are going to come up. They're going to go up and around our endstop and come to the back like that. There is no polarity on your hot end or the thermistor. And I'm not sure if you'll be able to see on here, but if I take this and push it into the connector, one, I'm going to have to, I'll say, crimp a little extra on these ferrules. There you go. Not sure if you can tell there, but there's probably 1.5 mm sticking out past the, a 1.5 mm of the metal part of the ferrule that sticks out. And we do not want that because that could lead to arcing between the two connectors. So what we're going to do is on our ferrule, there's like little divider sections. And all we're going to do is go to that divider section that gets crimped in there. And we're going to cut the last section of our ferrule off. And that should give us a better fit in our screw down terminal. And what you see me doing is as I go to trim that, I'll put my finger over the edge when I cut. That way that little nub doesn't go flying around and stand a chance of shorting out against something later on. And now you should hopefully be able to see that when I put that in, there's zero distance left. So I do it with the screwdriver. One end and screw this down. Like everything else, give it a little tug, make sure it's good and in there. Next one in, next to it. That one's in there good as well. Now I'm just going to take this and turn it around and we'll remount this on the toolhead board. Or on the remount the toolhead board on its mount. Kind of see that there's not a whole lot of distance between the board and the lower piece here. Wire management critical here. How's it going, Jose? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the lurk, shenanigans. Are you driving today or you at home? Okay, so we've got this installed and this mounted back up here. Let me see if I can't bring the other camera. And we'll get you a bit of a close-up. So a bit of a close-up of how these ferrules go in and how tight that little gap is there. So we've got the ferrules in, and as you can see, there's just not much depth to this. So a standard ferrule, these pins would be sticking out the bottom. So that's why I trimmed a little bit, just one section off the ferrule so it goes in better all the way up to the plastic piece. and we don't have a chance of arcing between these two wires at the connector. And our thermistor is going to come up right next to, and we'll have to insert a jumper, and that jumper is going to get us a little bit better get this inside the printer. Main answer is yes. Still going to be too high though. Bear with me 1 second here. Okay. Back here. That's for the bed. Okay. Where are we at? Toolhead wire. So we've got the hot end itself wired up. We need to wire in the thermistor. Once again, the thermistor is going to go in this top JST connector right here. So we're going to bring our thermistor around, same place we brought our hot end around. And like I said, it's going to plug in right here, but we need to switch over to a JST connector. We're going to need to trim this down some. See if we can't pull this heat shrink. Keep the heat shrink. Note that this is a PT1000 thermistor. Just going to need to figure out, set it off right there. Re-terminate this with JST from the microfit. And once again, no polarity issue on this, so we can just cut, crimp, and do our business. Flip this back around to the front where I have a little bit more room to work on. Yeah, what'd you win, Nick? And of course, these JSTs are standard JSTs, and we've got a package of connectors that came with the Toolhead wiring kit, so we'll try and use those rather than my stock. That way, if it's a different size, then we're all good. You have a Toolhead wiring kit here. Complete with some JSTs and JST connect standard connectors. So We need one of our 2 pins out here. And these particular connections are pretty tiny wire. You may see me do some extra, I'll say crimping, because these are like 28 gauge wire. First crimp is too loose, so I'll come back in with the next size smaller. Recrimp, which should give me better bite on the wire. Come on. You want to take your time on these because connections are going to be pretty critical on your thermistor. And once again, like I said, it's a small connector or a small wire. Make sure you get a good solid crimp, tug test. And make sure that when you, on these thermistor wires, when you put your connector in, one, before you put the connector in, give it a good little tug on the wire. And then once you're relatively comfortable that you've got a good solid connection on the wire, then put it in the housing and give it another little tug. I mean, don't tug on it, but give it another little tug. What you're trying to do is just make sure that as the wire sits in the, or as the connector sits in the plastic housing, that it does not like create too much friction and the wire can get pulled out. Because once again, we are going to have some good vibrations up at the tool head here. Just want to make sure that things go smoothly and nothing comes loose. Okay. That's in place. So once again, we're going to bring it up, follow it around that that X endstop wire, X endstop housing. And before I plug this in, it does want me to put a jumper, and it's on the pins that are between this JST jack and this heat sink. So I will need to put a jumper on there. And I'm probably going to need to just take that board off just so I can see easier again. It's a, what is this? This is a 4028 fan, so it's probably a server fan of some sort, zombie. It does have a, well, it's a 4010 on the front, and then this is a, basically a server fan over here. It's got 4 wires, and we are going to redo this in a different setup. So we will be cutting that tool head off. And by the way, I want to show this off. This is the Cookie CAD. I think it's a magnetite gray. This just finished printing. Came out so, it is a very pretty color. Very pretty color. Yeah, that it was a Cookie CAD. Like I said, I believe it was a magnetite gray PLA. I don't have the box up here. Can I see the PLA? Let me verify on the spool here. Oh, I'm sorry, not magnetite. It's dark magic. I don't know why I saw magnetite gray. But it's Cookie CAD Dark Magic PLA, and they also have it in ABS because I've got some of the ABS. No, RatRig does not mess around with their fans, and this big fan here, like I said, is basically a server fan. So it'll be interesting to see what it sounds like because, you know, having, you know, being an IT guy and running a bunch of servers previous life, both at work and at home. I know that those fans can be loud because they're designed for cooling, not for, you know, being quiet. What I was trying to look at is one, to make sure I can get the thing on right and whether or not I need a regular size or the smaller jumpers to jump this. So once again, it's the jumper that's right between this JST connector and the heat sink. And it's pretty tight, but we got that jumper on. That is basically going to enable it to get better thermistor results on this board. Because normally, if you can see this board like right here, there looks like little slider pads. That would be where the the actual dip switches would be to change the thermistor output to tell it whether it's a 2-wire PT1000 or a 4-wire, or if it was a PT100. So yeah, Dark Magic Black Elixir. Oh yeah, yeah. I've spent my time in server rooms, that's for sure. Oh yeah. So when I was stationed in Tucson, Arizona, I had a server room and basically, for all intents and purposes, it was a closet. It was smaller than the Dragon Den I have right here, and it I had 3 racks of equipment, and yeah, it got toasty. It definitely got toasty, and at one point, the server room was well over 100 degrees. So and that's 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So I shut everything down, and we wound up losing enough of the hard drives in our RAID array that they had to um, send somebody over, like overnighted a person with new hard drives to put new hard drives in. And then they've put a 5-ton AC chiller just for that room up in the drop ceiling, and it never got above 60 in that facility again. Damn, it was cold. Going to come around and plug in right there. Okay. So jumper in place, JST for the thermistor, hot end wires down there. Then we route our wires behind the X endstop board. And there will be some places for zip ties for tie downs once we're all done. Our orbiter motor is going to connect in right here. So the locking clips are on the inside. We just need to bring this around and get it pushed on there like that. That was an easy one. The hot end fan. This is the 4010 fan here. This is where it shows routing it around the side. And once again, there are a couple of provisions for zip ties on here. And it looks like it's going to be good enough that I don't need to cut or do anything to this. And this is going to go right over here underneath the thermistor to the right. And we do have correct polarity on this. Get that plugged in, and then once again, there are 2 tie down points we can tie these down at. We'll try and kick these wires down so it's out of the way of the inlet as much as possible. Stuff them in there, back on themselves like that. And the X endstop cable. So this is an interesting one. The X endstop cable, not that one. Here we go. They provide a wire. It's 120 millimeter, 3 conductor, 24 gauge, with bare wires on one end. So here we go. JST, 3 wire, bare on the other end, pre stripped. And what we're going to do is we're going to put JSTs on this and plug it into a 5-pin connector. It's going to go over here on the side. So just need to go ahead and get our connectors crimped. Oh yeah. Well, in this particular server room, it was a server room added in an old building, so they were just going off the straight AC unit. And I kept trying to tell them that it was going to be an issue. And they were like, no, 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 it'll be fine, it'll be fine. It wasn't fine. It was not fine. But even in the summer in Arizona, I had a jacket that I left outside the server room on a coat rack, and I would just pick up my jacket when I walked in there because you'd need it, especially if you were standing in there doing stuff and the actual AC kicked on. Because where I had the whole layout, it was not a good layout, but where I had my like admin workstation was right underneath the outlet for the AC. So when that thing kicked on to drop the temp down, it got cold bad real quick because that air went right down the back of your neck. Okay, got that. Now it talks about a 5-pin connector, and I do not see a 5-pin. I see a 3-pin and a couple more 2-pins. I do not see a 5-pin connector in here. So let me see if I've got a 5-pin in my set. Or this is a 5-pin, but I think it is a smaller This is going into this JST connector here. So it needs to be 5. Oh, wait. I think what I do with the there. So the packet that comes with the board has all the required pins and connectors. Why I did not think of that. There should be a 5-pin in here specifically for that connector. Jumpers and spacers, standoffs. Need and that's what I was. The part that I'm afraid of is there's two different size connectors here, and there's the standard JST, and then there's these next size smaller that gives you more room for those 5-pin connectors. You wind up having to cut these and recrimp with the correct connectors. Yeah. I'm going to have to cut these off and redo them with the correct connectors. Which are just slightly smaller. Oh, well, you'll be able to see, but these are the normal JST connectors, and then these are about the same length, but they're a different thickness, size in the head. So we need to use these to get into the 5 connector. Good thing is we should have still plenty of room on these, so I'm going to cut them right at the end of the connectors so I don't lose any more wire than I need to. And we'll strip and reach. Hey, Technoslide. Build's going good. I'm having to redo some connectors right here just because I used the wrong size JST connector for what I needed. But other than that, it's going good. How are you doing, Technoslide? So sort of figured out the power supply things. So one is the connector that I have does technically fit in and it should snap in and lock just fine. I did order a few off of Amazon and one off of an eBay guy. So I'll have one that will actually mount and screw in to maintain with the screw. But those should be here. I think one will show up tomorrow. The rest will be here by Monday. So if we get to the stage where we need it to apply power, I'll use the one that I have and either stay with that or swap out for the other one. Now, once again, this is the small size, so the 300 size on 110. So we can use just a 10 amp outlet. I don't need a 15. I do have a 15 coming, but I don't, quote unquote, require it for this build. 400, 500, yes, not for this build. I've done volunteering, sweet. Okay. These are recrimped and basically straight in from one side to the other. Yellow signal, the ground, and the power. Going in. Okay. Wire made and plug in here. Loop around and pop in over here. Oh, that's our endstop. Yeah, micro JST 5 pins provide with the EBB42 board package. So yellow at the bottom, black in the middle, so ground, and the top one, which would be the middle of the JST pin, is red. And wrap it around the side, plug it in. Verifying that the wires are matching up. They are. Now we need to prepare the 4028 cable. So that's going to be for our 4028 fan here. Being homeless, nice. So the build, like I said, the build's going really good so far. We're just doing our wiring and stuff, so it's always a blast. Um, Toss that over there. Now we're going to need our microfit connectors, the microfit pins. There's our microfit stuff. We're going to need JST connectors and the two JST 2 pins. We'll need Oh, 2-pin GSP XP, blah, 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 4 crimp. 1,500-meter long, 3-conductor, 24-gauge JST X8. So that would be our other, or a long 3-pin JST X8. So start by crimping a Molex connector onto our fan. It tells me that it's got this connector on it already. It wants us to get that off because it looks like it's been created well. But it'll be, we're gonna have to figure this out. Let me, shows it being a small connector. Pin that out, and then we create another stub. All right, let me go ahead and do this piece first. So we're going to take our 3-pin JST. And the reason I want to do this piece first is because it's going to give me an opportunity to figure out where to cut this wire at and do all the stuff I'm going to need to do on that wire. Really wish they didn't zip tie these. Okay, so there's our length of 3 wires. We're going to need to cut one end off and put it into JST connectors. So you can see where there was some previous strain on those wires. So I'm just going to cut it off like right there. I'll lose a little bit, but it should be fine based on it. The red and black wire are going to go into a JST connector. Give me 1 second, folks. We got a Duncan run. Thank you much, Mrs. Dragon. Bear with me, folks, as I get my coffee, aka the elixir of life, out, as well as some fat pills, aka munchkin. Yeah, I was kind of expecting everything to come pre-made as well, but it is what it is. So got two different connectors here. And we should have the two different types of pins. And we're going into the female housing here. So female housing gets male pins, so that would be female pins. And then the male pins have more pointy area on them. These are the ones we're going to use here. And we're going to go ahead and get a couple of these. We're going to do the red, the white, and the black. But yeah, it is a little interesting that they're having us do our own wiring. But not bad. Okay. Besides, you get a little bit more experience this way with the build. And we're just going to follow this. So there's a little locking tab at the top. Looking at it from the back here, red is going to be the top right. Push these in, you should hear it a little audible click. And next up, we'll do the black. That's going to go just to the left of the red, top side of the connector. White go at the bottom side of the connector, under the black. tug test to make sure that everything's nice. It is. The other side of our connector, we're going to depen, and we'll switch it over to a 2-pin. So we're just going to use our and actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold off on actually installing the pins for the black and red, or swapping the pins for the black and the red into a different connector, because I don't know if I'm going to need to cut it shorter or not. What I will do is pop the white connector out of that 3-pin housing and unwind it from the black and the red. Because this one's going to get cut down to just a 70mm length. Because this one's going to stay up at the tool head. This is going to be the PWM signal. It's going to stay at the tool head. And then the black and ground is going to go to one of the fan connectors on the Big Tree Tech board, because it's getting 12 volt. And the fan ports on the EBB board are not selectable. They are 24 volt and only 24 volt, or 12 volt, whatever you're supplying to the board is what the fan ports are. So since we're going to be providing 24 volts to the board, the fans themselves, the fan ports, are set at 24 volts. So that's why we got to bring that one all the way back to the main motherboard. Once again, I'm just undoing the white wire from the bundle. Almost there. Okay. So the red and the black are still intertwined and connected. The white, we're going to find 70mm. Go ahead and cut it there. Verify it does say 70, right? 70, yep. Measured from the end of the connector. So we've got a nice long white wire here that we can use for something else down the road. And we're going to put this into a JST connector. So Liz, did you get your coffee? Were you doing that cold brew stuff? And it says in the left slot in the housing, where when I'm looking at it, it looks like it's going in, I would refer to as right, but all of what it shows there. Need to adjust, we'll adjust. So we now got this put into our JST. I'm sorry, not our JST, Molex. Here's the locking clip at the top, red on the right, black on the left, white at the bottom, white going to a JST connector. The other side of this is still in a 3-pin, but I'm not going to take these out yet until I run the wire, and we'll see if it's long enough, too long, or what have you. Okay. And roll back up. Actually, where are we at? At the tool head. There's the white wire and everything else up. So it doesn't tell me how much wire I need. Let's see where this links. So the PWM wire is going to go to our other fan connection. And yeah, the white wire PWM goes to the negative, which is going to be the higher of these wires. Yeah, of the connections. That's all right. So plug that in, and this is going to come over and connect in with this piece. So in reality, really don't need a whole lot of this. I'm gonna have to move this over to make it easier for me to work on this if I'm gonna cut it that short. Yeah, cut the wire, and then we've also got to try and get the heat shrink off of here as well, so that we can get to the individual conductors underneath. All I'm going to try and do is get my tip of my snips in here so that I can start to peel back some of the heat shrink that's on these 4 cables. Dang it. Oh, that one. And I'm trying to be super careful not to cut any of the 4 wires, because I just have to make it shorter still. Okay. So we've got our 4 wires paired here, and we're just going to strip them and crimp our JSTs on them, or our microfits on them, and then get them plugged in the correct orientation. Okay. Now, same thing as before. What I would like to see is, like, for them to tell us to do like these types of crimps and stuff before we would install the part. Like, so before the fan was installed, it's like, hey, cut the wire to this length and install, the connector. Tell me to build the connector, then install the fan. Or just have the full harness pre-built. Where was that connector? There we go. Don't worry, I have more of these, so the fact that I just worked that one, don't worry about it. Okay. So the blue one we're technically not using. It gets put in the housing, but there's no connector from the housing on. So the blue connector does not get used. Blue wire does not get used in this setup. The fact that I borked the connector, and you would think that I don't have enough connectors anymore. Blue wire isn't being used, so I could definitely cut that back and just it not being used. Put a piece of heat shrink over it. Or go digging around at my microfits are down here, so I can grab another microfit connector. Just use one of mine. There's our 4 connectors. We need our other housing. But yeah, it would be interesting if it was, I mean, it is a kit, so it came with the tool board and all that stuff. So it'd be nice if it was at least penned out for the standard kit build. And then if you decide to deviate, then that's on you. Okay, so one thing that I often try and do is take the connector and just kind of don't put it in all the way, but just kind of look at it. That gives me a good idea of which wire is going where. And I'll double check it up there. So there. Good. Black. Top. Bottom. Blue is underneath the red. White is so the white wire from the fan is the tack wire, and that's the one that's not being used. We've got a white going into nothing, and blue connector goes into the blue wire will go into white wire of the wire. Whatever reason that's going in. Maybe because I put that would be why. Um, Hopefully I've got enough that I can go get this. Grab the right style. Hope everybody's still with me, having a good Saturday morning. Crimping definitely ain't easy on Saturday morning with not enough coffee. only one spot where this one can go. All right, and I'm gonna have to help it in there because it's shorter than all the others. Oh, connector went in and the wire came out. So we're gonna just open this up a little bit more. Connector. The good news is I didn't cut this way short to start with, so we've got plenty of wire still to play with. And actually, if I can just extract that pin, see if I can extract that pin. If I can, then that makes life even easier. These are the J-Ready pen extractors. It was Chris that showed these on stream and worked pretty good. Would enable you to reuse this, so you should be able to depen and then reuse the connector because it doesn't damage the little winglets on the side. However, in my case, the wire came out, so that isn't going to work for me. Just a little bit more, we'll redo that crimp and we'll be good. And once again, if this is the wire that we didn't need anyhow, I would just trim it off and not even worry about it. But this, we actually do need this wire. Didn't think we did, but we do. better. And there. All right, so that one's in there now. So what we'll be able to do is we'll take this, plug it into that where they line up. We're going to make sure our red and black are going together. Our white's going to go to the blue. Snap that together. Now go ahead and pull this one back out and okay. So we're going to bring this up somehow and bring it into our loom. Probably something similar to that. This is going to come up and go down through our loom. Yeah, so we're going to have plenty of room over on the other side, so it's a good idea not to cut that wire down. Or I mean, not to just pop that wire out. And put a new connector on it because we're going to need to cut it down. Here. Okay, what's up next? Got that connected. Going to the other fan, or it's going to the fan port on the board. So yes. So this 4-pin connector right here that's being shown next. So you've got the screw down terminal, two 2-pin JSTs, and then there's a 4-pin there. There's no population there. And then the other two wires go along the back and go and plug into the 12-volt fan inlet that we have there. So we'll do that part in a little bit. Let me make sure that we have the proper routing here. So, yeah. And it's definitely going to be long, so we'll deal with that when we get to the other side. We're going to prepare the EBB42 power cable. So here we're going to need, this will come over here for that side. This is where we're going to need the EBB42 connector that I believe came with the kit, right? Carefully check the wire order, blah, blah, blah. Crimp the black wires on the connector shown. Yeah, provided in the EBB42 package, so put that, put it over here. Now we're going to have some other connectors here. We're going to have these big connectors. We're going to need one of those out. We'll need the connectors for that particular, or the pins for that particular connector, which are those style of pins. The rest of these things can go away. Looks like I just need the one. Now we've got a meter of red and black cable, which right here is heavier gauge. This is 18 gauge. Get those off and need to crimp these bad boys. Make sure that these wires don't fray back as your connector. So do you guys like the wiring portions of these streams, or would you much rather I just do these off stream and focus on like the software aspects of things and stuff like that? So I can go either way. I know that the wiring is very tedious and time consuming. I also know that some people like that part of the build, some people don't. Okay, so we're looking at our connector. So looks like we've got the red on the bottom left looking from the rear of the connector. Black on the bottom right looking from the rear of the connector. And we'll put spade terminals on the other side once we're done. Make sure that these are all the way in and fully engaged. We're going to need a USB-A to USB-C cable. It's 1,500 meters long. 1,500 meters. 1,500 millimeters long. God, that would be cool. That will be in the box here. Good news is we're starting to run out of wires, so that's always a plus. Oh, if this is as long as it wants it to be, this wants 1,500 millimeters. I don't think that's it. That's 1.5 meters. This isn't going to do it because with this here, bring this around. I mean, that's, yeah, that's going to get me into the cage, but not far enough. I mean, it'll get me into the back panel. I'm gonna have to see if I've got something longer because this isn't gonna do it. USB-A to USB-C. I do have an A to A extension. So that might actually work for us. I'll have to see. This will plug in here. I'm going to plug in at the top of our board here. Where it connects. Go up, follow the natural procession, and then down and out the back. USB-C cable. Also come up, down, and around the back, and I'm probably going to need to run it up from the back. Wiring was the hardest part to learn when you start out. Yep, I can see that. It's definitely almost like an art form. I mean, it definitely is on some builds. Like I've seen some wiring jobs that are so incredibly beautiful. Um, there's an E3D one that used all white wiring and had like the raceways done and everything. It looked like a brand new, pristine, um, like whatchamacallit, data center install. And Oh, this may just be long enough. And it is. It's going to be long enough. Well, slap me silly. All right, so that is long enough. And once again, we're going to verify the red wire is there. The black wire is there. So those two are good. Route things up and along the piano wire that we put in place down around the back. The wires are going to get connected directly into the power supply, which means we're going to double up on some connectors because there's no Wagos in this build. We're going to have to double up on some of our connectors. And once again, we'll do that in a short bit here because I want to figure out our cable lengths and stuff first. Now I want to make sure that we've got everything kind of in here and loosely threading through there. I'll move the camera around to the back when we start to do the back side. I have another USB cable. This is for our beacon probe. And this will have a connector on one side and a USB plug on the other. Sure that our connector goes in right. So it's got a lock pin on it, and that lock pin is going to be facing up underneath. So you're going to have to basically detach your beacon probe if you ever need to get this out. We're fully attached. Go. And this is going to come right up along the back sleeve. It kind of shows it coming off to the side, coming up this way. Regardless, it is going to come up here into the stack, go up and back. Dang it, I did it to myself again. You're going to say, what'd you do? Well, I just put this connector in and I need to run it from the back forward because the USB-A connector is not going to fit through the back hole there. Means I need to take this off. Funny, I feel like I was just talking about this. If you ever have to take this off or undo the cable, you're going to have to take the beacon probe off. Hey, Glendon, how's it going? Yeah, the small JST connectors, especially on the EBB boards, are, I'll say, a major pain in the butt. But yeah, one of those things that after you do it enough, it's not so bad. But yeah, it does take time and practice and all of that. A little bit more. The larger Molex connectors, though, those are good. Those are easy to do. The only downside to the larger Molex connectors is that means you're normally dealing with power, and you want to make darn sure you get those in the right order, like they're in the right place. Otherwise, you let out the magic smoke. You also need to make sure that you plug it into the right type of power. Meaning 24 volt to 24 volt and not 120 mains, because that'll let out magic smoke as well. Okay. That's in there. It does show it coming up the side. And yeah, there's a tie down point right there, so that makes bring it up with the tie down. Okay. Speaking of tie downs, I don't remember. I don't remember seeing any zip ties in here, so grab my zip ties and we'll zip tie a few things down. And we do have some cable sleeving to use as well. It wants us to do some bed thermistor stuff. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do some cable tie stuff. I'm not 100% sure that a zip tie goes right. Okay, so we got those. We've got several tie wrap spots here. Um, oh, just there. Make sure we got all of our cables coming up. Our side cables here first. And yeah, I admit crimping can be the biggest pain in the butt, especially when you got the smaller connectors. Um, Typical JST connectors, I think I'm getting pretty good at just dealing with those. The was it the JST PH or XH, whatever those little tiny things are, still annoy the hell out of me. But for the most part, not bad. What I'm doing here is just making sure that I've got some nice cable lockdown and a little bit of strain relief on either side. We're gonna east side here. So is a spot for cable tie right up here. Heater and thermistor wires up and through here. There's one tie, then it's wrapped around back of the um, X endstop, and then we'll have this fan that'll come over here like this, and we'll wrap around top here. Latch all of these. So I'm trying to be good with the connectors. Leave a little bit of strain relief on either side. Bring this around and make that as tight as possible. Got a spot here for 3 different zip ties, and we're going to use all 3 because got a decent amount of wire here. Now at first, and because zip ties are cheap, all I'm going to do is do zip ties here. We do have the, I'm going to do zip ties here, and I'll do a couple of zip ties up here on the piano wire. We do have some wire wrap that I'll bring all the way down here and, zip tie it off. I was like debating, do I do wire wrap now? Do I do it later? I guess I could probably do it now. But my thought was really just to kind of hold off on wire wrapping until we made sure everything was moving, and then I can come back and make it pretty. And I think that is what I'm going to do after thinking about it just a second more. I want to make sure it works first. Yep, crimping ain't easy. Yep, I do have one of those shirts from Nero. I probably should be wearing it on a day like today where I knew I was going to be doing a lot of this stuff, but I didn't. And I think we're going to go ahead and try and wrap the PTFE tube in here, or wrap the PTFE tube with this stuff loosely. Don't want to cinch on our PTFE tube, and we don't want it to be going the whole way either. Couple of these, and there are provisions for zip ties along that back connector as well. And that'll help us keep everything nice and tight and pretty. Okay. Let me switch to the overhead view. For a minute, because I'm going to take this back out and move it around. We can do some more work back here on the back side. Okay. So as we noted earlier, our USB cable came down, and we had enough room to bring that USB cable down here and plug it in. So this is the Toolhead board. I'm going to do the same type of routing. Down there underneath the power cables. And this one is for the beacon, which as you can see is pretty long. May do a little bit of a wraparound there. We'll figure out a way of packing this in there. Probably just do a service loop around there. I don't want, definitely don't want to try and cut this and recrimp it because this was a custom fabricated cable. Have to figure out a way of getting it in there so it doesn't damage or impede anything else. That out. This was the one that comes down and breaks right. This is our other, this is the cable for our fan. Just making sure that our umbilical moves everywhere fine, and it does. So this is proper length. So we'll bring this down, kind of loop it around that one. And it's going to mount right here in this top fan port. So we're good with cutting it about there. So we've got plenty of room. Once again, a little bit of excess wiring. And for those of you that are saying like, wow, why do you have so much wire length there on some of these things? Well, remember, while this is a 300 kit, some of these wires may have been made to be interchangeable between the 300, the 400, and the 500 size. So, you don't want to sit there and have to create a custom cable length for all different sizes, because then you have the opportunity of somebody pulling the wrong cable or a cable being mislabeled. And now you've got, it's not bad if you've got a 500 cable and a 300 kit, but if you have a 300 kit with a 500 cable, you're going to be a little short. I'm sorry, a 500 kit with a 300 cable, yeah, you'll be a little short. So let's get our stuff over here so that we can strip and crimp. So K2, quick question for you. You've got your Pro Streamer set, and for the, I'll say the Streamlabs, the Elgato Stream Deck Mark II. The only version of your file that you have is making it vertical orientation. And I know that somebody has already asked if you would make the horizontal one. Is there a reason why you don't have a horizontal one? Is it doesn't fit on the Gridfinity base, or? So I got my Stream Deck, and I'd probably like to have the phone and charger portion as well right now. I don't have like a Stream Deck XL, or was it the Plus or whatever? But I'm just looking at, I'm going to go ahead and print it. I would much rather have it in a horizontal, not a vertical, because it's better. Okay, we had a 2-pin, and I need to look at the 2-pin. The black should be on this side of the connector. Red on the other side. That is according to the way the other fan. Probably should double check and triple check that. Take a look at the fan. Black on the right, red on the left. Yep, that's how we're set up. Yep, black, red, 12 volt. Yep. Okay. So we now have the fan put in. We've got a little bit of excess wire here that we can use to, service loop things. We've got tie down points up here and down here as well. The other thing that we need to do is bring these down around and get some plugs on these. And this is for power for our tool board. And once again, this will be the spade terminals they gave us. Or not spades, but the fork connectors. There we go. Okay, so the vertical basically has less, we'll say, white space around it. You can work on making it horizontal just for me. You're so sweet to me. Okay. So remember, when you go to do your connections here, when you double up on your fork terminals, the fork terminal is offset, right? The fork comes out one side. So what you basically want to do is put the two flat ends together when you screw it down. If you do it like this, see how much space there is between there? So if you do it like that, you got a lot of space and they'll bend around. So make sure that you crimp them so that you can put them together so there's a lot less space and you'll get a lot better mechanical and electrical connection. Okay. To crimped. And we just need to pick, I'm going to go ahead and put these in the middle. Again, we've got one down and the other one's going to be up. One looks like the bottom one came out some, so we'll okay. Went in the middle, so we're going to go in the middle over here. We want to make sure that they're both fully engaged in the connector. All right. Got those in. 4028 fan plugged in. Got the EBB power cable now run down and plugged in. We got the EBB cable in. We've got the Beacon cable in. Now it tells us to add the bed thermistor. We're just going to lay the bed on the table. In this case, we're setting the bed down there just to basically test it before we install it on the printer. So let me clean up a couple of things here. This here. One thing we haven't done yet is actually plugged in our Big Tree Tech board to down here because we're just running power via GPIO. We're not running communications. We're going to communicate via our USB. That's also going to go in there. Kind of snake down here with the rest of the. Figure something out with this. Oh, the bed and the bed thermostat. Notice it doesn't tell us to plug in the bed heater, just the thermistor. And that's because we need that in order to turn things on and test that the board and stuff, that everything's wired up and the board's happy. Means before we do that, we are going to need to flip this up on its back or on its side and do our Z motor wiring. Bear with me one moment. Trying to clean things up, get some things out of the way so that I can more easily rotate this printer without dropping it or giving myself a hernia in the process. And then not getting a hernia is probably not going to happen type thing because I've already had two. Okay, that. This stuff over here, get the mouse out of the way. Oops. Sorry about that. Where are we going? Okay, so I'm going to lay this on its side so that we can get in here and wire the things at the bottom, the motors at the bottom. Digga bong diddy bing bong KTK. Oh my goodness. And like I said, this printer is getting heavy. Hence why we're taking our time when moving it. Being careful while we move it. There we go. Whew. Okay, now these 3 rear motors, I'm going to wind up cabling them up and probably not showing you because I'd have to turn this thing around. And I don't want to slide it along here if I don't have to. So as far as me just running 3 wires, I think you guys can bear with me there. We've got 2 wires that are longer and 1 that is shorter. The shorter one's going to be the middle one, the middle rear. And then the other 2 are going to be the front one. Get back to the thermistor in a second. We're going to scroll back up here to the motors. So our Z steppers, Z0 will be the front left. The front left is Z0. So zip ties off of these cables. And then like always on motor cables, you'll have a 6-pin for the motor side and a 4-pin for the standard side, or the electronic side. So Z0 is the front left. And we're going to run this down the channel. We're actually going to run it in the bottom channel of the printer. Not the inner edge, but the bottom. So we're going to bring it around underneath, pop it up, go through this hole, run it up on the inside, come out this hole to plug them in. Kind of a little weird. Not going to lie. Kind of a little weird. Next layer is really struggling with this ERCFA V2. Yeah, I got my ERCFA V2 built, but tuning it in has proven to be a major bear. And I really kind of need to get back to it. But yeah, it's been kind of a pain in the butt. Once again, we're going to run it through the bottom channel, and then we're going to push these inside. And then they're going to run along the inside, and we'll put them in the channel on the inside. But what I want to do is get these pushed through one at a time. Because this is Z0. A little long. Z0. Z1 will be the short one coming from the rear motor. So yeah, Z0 just basically goes straight up. Z1. And Z2 is going to be our last one, and it's going to be coming from the front right motor. And same type of routing as the other one, we're just different side of the printer. Okay, and this is going to be Z2. Okay. So there we have it. The Z motors are now in. I'll need to flip this back up and then we'll go in and do the cable routing strip thingies on the inside. Come on. Okay. We go around to the other side here and we'll put in our little cable trough clip things, drop a bunch of stuff over again. Okay. Bear with me momentarily as I pick some things back up. Okay. Here's that. That's done with. So here's the excess for our Z motors. So I'll probably be cutting these shorter and redoing them like we did with the others. Just because if I don't, it's going to mess with me. And you may notice if you look here that the wiring pattern is different. This is black, green, red, blue, where the other one was blue, red, green, black, I think. So just something to be aware of. It is not a huge thing. It's just a thing. Once again, all motors are slightly different. I think I'm going to take a seat while I do this part.
Grab some coffee. I say that, and then I'm like, maybe not. So when you say he's really struggling, what's he struggling with? What part of the build? Is he streaming on Twitch or YouTube? I had already marked these, and there's not a whole heck of a lot here, so we'll pull these pins and reuse connectors. The These can really be used as any type of short wiring that you're going to need. So if you're doing any type of electrical project, these are still very good wires to use. So like I said, don't throw them away. Two, one. What we got? 2 o'clock? Okay, so we've been going for about 4 hours now. Appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with me. I know, like I said, I know some of this wiring stuff is not as glamorous as other parts of the build, but it is definitely a part of the build. And sometimes we have to do the unglamorous parts. And it's worthwhile to know because if you ever have to fix or repair your printer, it's always good to know, understand the basics if you have to, make a new cable because a cable broke or something like that. I kind of feel like I lost a lot of people. That's okay. We'll be getting into the cooler part of the build. They do a different, I'll say, commissioning process um, with RatRig than we're used to doing with the Voron gang. So it'll be pretty interesting to see the differences in how they do, or, how they run their commission process. Hey, Rodney Mac, you're still here? Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Okay. And this side. Is. Are you all ready for 3D Printopia, Liz? I'm getting there. As soon as we're done here, I got to get to work on the droid build that we're going to take with us to the show. So that'll be fun. Put those in there, and I'll be darned if I put them in the wrong spot. Seriously. Okay. There we go. There. One more, and then we're done. Or at least done with this part. There'll be more to do, but. Yeah, that'd be cool. It's really nice to be able to get to all of them because each one has like a different feel to it. And you get different sets of people going to different ones. I've been lucky and been able to travel to all of them this year and last year, but May not be that way next year. I do still want to try and get to Smurf, but I might have to try and figure out some type of sponsorship for that. And I won't be taking any printers for that one. I'll just be taking myself. Oh yeah, flights are crazy. Especially if you start looking at trying to get to like Smurf where it's going to be an overseas flight. And yeah, about the flights, Mrs. Dragon is getting ready to go. Funny enough, she's getting ready to go back to Colorado. Then she'll leave from Colorado to go to Columbus, Ohio. This is in November, by the way, October, November. She'll go to Columbus, Ohio for a conference and then fly home. And of course, we were going to drive and just drive up to Columbus, and her mom wants her to come back to Denver for her birthday. So that means she'll be flying, and she's going to fly out there for her birthday. Then she's going to fly directly from there back to Columbus for her event that she's actually presenting at. And then I was originally going to plan on going up there, driving up there with her because I can work from home or anywhere basically and go up and see KB3D again while I'm up there. Now I got to rethink that plan. Oh yeah, I've got my passport for Smurf, but yeah, it's more right now just trying to do the logistics and the cost to try and do something like Smurf. Because if I'm going to Smurf, it's going to be just to attend the show and possibly some vacation time on either side of it. Which means I'm not going to one of the shows stateside, or at least I'm not going to be taking the same amount of time off that I did to go to the stateside show. Because I think what really hurt me this year was flying out to Rocky Mountain wasn't bad because took Friday off, and the plan was I just take the Monday off when we flew back home, but we didn't fly, we drove, which meant there was several days where we were on the road. And that's what kind of hurt um the whole thing with my leave and time off and stuff. Oh, that in. Okay. Of course, my company did some weirdness and had like a mandatory shutdown that we're not used to, so that didn't help matters either, as far as managing my paid time off. Okay, so we've got that done. It wants us to connect up the thermistor for our heated bed. Grab that and bring it up, because once again, you're going to have your heated bed thermistor and your Toolhead thermistor in before you can fire things up and do another test. Whoops. Okay, so it's going to be this first plug. Take it, plug there. Okay, bed thermistor. Magnetic sheet and heater pad will be installed later during the commissioning guide. Do not install them now. Connect the bed thermistor to the second thermistor slot. Counting from the bottom, place the heater pad next to the machine. Connect only the thermistor. This is required to follow the guide and perform the sanity check. Actually said it wanted it in the second one. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. I know, we'll have to see. It's going to be in one or the other. Now, the word said second, the picture shows first. See if there was a comment on this section. One comment. Second image above correctly shows the bed thermistor connecting to the bottom connector, but text incorrectly states the second thermistor. So it does go on the bottom connector. So follow the diagram, not the words. Cool. So now's where we want to come in and verify the diagram so that we got things. And left or X, Y1, 2, Y, Z, Z1, Z2. Okay. Toolhead board. Beacon. I think we're good. Close the electronics wire guides. These are some printed parts. Now note that we have not done any of the wiring for the actual AC here. Sorry, folks, I'm going to grab a donut real fast. And so these are basically larger versions of the clips that we were using almost. And they're going to hinge on there. So you'll put it on one side and then hinge it over. So it'd be like doing just like that. So take it on one side, hinge it over, and clip it in. Continue to make sure that all your cables are coming down nicely. And what's going on there? And just pay attention to some logical exit points for some of your wires. Feeling all this stuff should have went up and over. What I'm doing right here is not critical. It's just making things a little bit more pretty as we route our wires. Just understand the logical places where your wires will come out so that it makes good sense. Sorry, I'm just looking at the be good there. And like I said, I've got all of this extra. We'll have to figure out some place or some way of doing it, but we'll we'll figure that out. This is the beacon cable, so I don't want to, definitely don't want to cut it and make it shorter. We'll figure out how to loop this in here. Keep it out of the way. Now it says basically to do the power connections. And the connections that it provides, I'm going to hold on to these because when I get the power, whatchamacallit, when I get the power socket that I ordered, I'll swap this one out for the other one, but for now I'll just create my own wiring for this one. Might have to double check. There is silicone wire. I kind of feel like I need to do some weeding of my cables, actually. Yeah, too many cables. I need my insulated terminals. Because once again, I don't want to use theirs. I'll use mine and create my own. Okay. I need a short piece of blue, longer piece. Once again, I'm gonna create my own connectors, and then I will swap it over to theirs down the road. I'll do off stream just because it'll be redundant. So the white is going to be my hot, and that's the one that goes through the fuse on the switch. So and our little short jumpers that we're doing here are going to come from the inlet side to the switch side. So once again, white is going to be hot. So this bottom peg is the neutral. It comes straight in. This one's our ground. This one's going to be the hot. It bars over, goes through the fuse and down here. So that's why I'm saying that one's hot. And when we connect these up, we see which way. Oh, I won't. Which is already in there. So you normally go to the small side first. So just switch around. Let me see if I can get in there and so the switches are kind of separate. You can pop them in and out. And that's what I'm trying to do here is just pop that switch out. There we go. So, and the way these are normally set up is you go right side to right side, left side to left side. We'll need our short blue one now. And these are easy enough to find the diagrams online. You can go to things like the boron group where it shows you how to do them, or you can go and just Google US IEC IEC320 C14 outlet wiring. And the only reason I say US is just for color codes. I'm going to be fully technical about your color codes. Yellow-green is ground. So I tend to use green wire for the ground when I'm making up wire because I'm not going to buy a special yellow-green wire. And I tend to use blue and white for the AC. Blue is, I equate blue to cold, which is why I put that on the neutral. And then white is hot, which is why I put it on the load side. And then when you come off of your outlet going to your power supply, you go same thing. So your blue and your white, or your, what do they use? Brown and black, I think, is another color combination. Anyhow, you would use it's whatever color is under is the one above it. So white will have white at the top, blue will have blue at the top. So on the Pi you have on that, it doesn't have the heat sink thingy. So is it important? So you don't have a heat sink on the Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi that you buy should have a little heat sink that comes with it, and it should be a relatively thin one, I think. Or actually, no, I take that back. I don't have a heat sink. So I buy heat sinks off of Amazon, and you can get little kits off of Amazon that'll basically give you a heat sink for each one of the chips that are on the Raspberry Pi. For our purposes, we only really need the one on we only really need the one on the processor. We shouldn't need any of the others. Okay. There we go. There's our inlet. So we've got green coming from ground. Blue comes over to the left side to left side. Left side's blue. The white is our hot because it comes in the top, goes over to the fuse, goes through the fuse. So that's our fused load or hot side. And that one comes out. And so this can now be plugged in, and we want it plugged in. I want it with the socket down, because if the cable starts to come out, it'll come off the load and the neutral first and still remain grounded. If you're like this, chances are your cable is going to be pulled down, and it should still hit ground last, but just to be on the safe side, I'll make sure that it will stay grounded. And once again, this is going to press fit in there still, and I'm going to have to probably play holy heck to get it back out afterwards if I decide to swap it out, but no, it's not clipping in, so that's good. I still need to put some port connectors on here though. So grab 3 of those. And be aware that we're going to have to come off of the load at least down to our heated bed. So when I say that, just be prepared on how we're going to install our fork terminal here. Same thing with the ground, because we're going to need to ground the bed. Basically just saying, think ahead that when we put them on the terminal here. So once again, it basically just says do it. It doesn't talk about it too much, but it does give you an AC mains wiring here. Limited liability, personal responsibility, I accept. Now you can get to the mains wiring information. Here's how to do the connectors, blah, blah, blah. So these yellow or green, white, and looks like brown, 1, 2. Power supply to bed heater complete during the commissioning guide. Okay, so white's going to be my load. And I'm going to put it with the fork facing like down, I guess is what I'm going to say. That'll make it easier to put the one coming to the SSR on there later. The blue is going to be the neutral. And the bed's going to return to neutral as well. So and then the green, of course, is our ground. So the bed's going to go to neutral. The bed's going to go to ground. And the bed's going to go to load on the SSR and then load to the SSR. Load live. Pick poison. Basically, just know that we're going to be plugging in stuff. And yes, this is a little long. Once again, I'm doing this. This will come back out and I'll use a different complete switch later on. This hole down here where my finger's at is where we're going to be bringing the wires in for the bed. So, part of the commissioning guide. What does it tell us? Before proceeding with the cable management, we sleeve. This is the sleeve that's going on the Toolhead. So, okay, so the smaller sleeve that we have will go on the PTFE tube, and that's to just prevent it from marring up the acrylic panels as it rubs up against them. But if you want to see the filament loading, of course, you would not do that. Enclosure. I'm going to skip the rest of the, I'm going to skip the enclosure at this time. I don't want to put any panels on here in case I need to mess with wiring later on. So we'll keep the rest of the enclosure panels off. And that will bring us into the commissioning guide. And let's see. Guide is meant to assist you in getting started with your freshly assembled standard VCore 4 kit. The entire mechanical and electronics assemblies must have been completed before. Many ways of commissioning a 3D printer, but this guide is optimized for the VCore. Seems to be the easiest and most simple way to get the machine up and running. This is meant to help everyone bring their newly built machine into working condition, not to fully tune and extract the full performance of the machine. Got you. Firmware. RatOS is pre-configured. If you haven't configured your firmware yet, click here. Pay careful attention to the sanity checks present on the RatOS guides. Slicer. Obtain a slicer. We've got Orca slicer installed here, so let's super. Don't need to obtain a slicer. Now there is an Orca slicer profile. Simply choose the appropriate VCore profile. Okay, so let's open up Orca Slicer. I will switch over to the full display here. So we're in Orca Slicer. We need to do a printer selection. We can come down here to RatRig. We've got a 3 minion V cast, V Core 4 300, V Core 4 hybrid 300. That's what we want. We have a 0. Whoops. I'll have to grab a 0.4 and a 0.6. We put the 0.6 in here, but we also have a 0.4 nozzle. I want to make sure I have both available. We'll say confirm. And that part is there. Okay. It talks about adding filament profiles. Do we have RatRig filament profiles? Yes, we do. And they're all already loaded. So we're good there. Your machine is optional. We will add the machine so that we can connect to it and send files. Initial calibration. In this chapter, we will prepare the V-Core V4 for printing. Before the machine melts any filament, there are specific steps that must be followed. Different kinds of problems will appear, blah, blah, blah. Build plate preparation. This is interesting. They want you to turn it on and start doing certain things like getting your build plate going, but you haven't installed anything other than just the base plate at this point. So the heater is still sitting over on the side. We haven't even connected in the bed heater yet. And it wants us to turn things on and do things. So give me a minute to straighten a couple of things up here real fast. And we will. Should we press on or should we wait for another stream and start doing all the commissioning stuff on Tuesday? Give me a chance to kind of look through things and make sure I know what we're heading into. What do y'all think? What does everyone think? Are we good for the day? Or should we keep going? Call it? Are you saying call the stream or my call? Call it a day? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking is calling it a day. I'll be honest with you. I will kind of run through a couple of these things just to make sure that we're good. I will review all the wiring stuff. I will go ahead and put on the, once I power it on and make sure that things worky, right? Then I'll go ahead and um, sleeve things with our sleeving, and we'll head out from there. So with that being said, that's the button I wanted. Starting to get confused and scared there because I couldn't find my, like, I know there's another coffee cup. Okay, so let's see where we're at. We finished up the wiring, which involved us. I know I talked about like pre-running the wires for the motors and trimming those down to size. I didn't do that before stream. My apologies, but life got in the way. So, we got all of the wiring run to our board. We've got our heated bed currently plugged in, just so we have something in the thermistor so we don't take an ADC out of range. And in fact, I'm literally going to unplug that and just plug in a spare thermistor and just have the build plate completely out of the way, because I kind of don't like having it sitting there like that. Or not the build plate, but the the silicone heater and stuff. I'll just do my standard trick of plugging in my spare thermistors. It always works. And yeah, so we got all that done. Our wiring is fairly well cleaned up. There's a few more clips that can go in over here, but quite honestly, I mean, we're good. I don't think running extra clips over here are going to get us anything. I'll need to clean up stuff over on this side. We've got some cable ties here. I'm just going to need to get things laid into the cable ties. And at first I was worried. I was like, well, we're going to have to plug something in here. But no, we don't, because our hot ends are connected up on a tool board. If we do an IDEX, we're just going to add another tool board. So we'll just have one more USB connection. So we wouldn't need to worry about that. We're just going to take this stuff, zip tie it up there, make sure it's out of the way. Like I said, I'll do a quick sanity check, make sure things come up and it doesn't do anything squirrely. And if that's the case, then I'll go ahead and put the wire wraps on off stream. And when we come back in on Tuesday, we'll start the commissioning guide and go through that. Once again, remember, at this point, we were going to be doing things without the bed in place. And in fact, it still hasn't told me to do any belting for the Y, for the hybrid Y motors. So I've got to check that out, because I don't think I've missed anything. So here it tells us to assemble the bed. Close up the wire, the electronics, PID tune, the offset. Like, none of this you should be doing until you have the belts for the Y. So I'll have to look into that. I don't know if it's in the enclosure section or what, but it has not told me to belt the Y motors yet. So we'll have to do that. But I'll look through there and figure all that stuff out. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate you guys being here and spending your Saturday mornings with me. I know we go for a decent amount of time on Saturdays, but thank you very much for hanging in there and bearing with me. I need to go look at the laptop over here real fast to see who a potential raid target for today would be. So let me do that. I also realized that there's a couple of electronics parts that it hasn't told me to do yet. So I'll look into that as well. But let me check and see who a potential raid target would be for today. Zach Rutledge, Kim for the Day, AZ Pinoy, Free Heathens up and running. Ugly Moo. Who's playing a game? Chris Perillo, Maker Deck, Mayhem, Jerry 3DHP. So we've got Free Heathen, we've got Jerry 3DHP, and then we have a few people that are playing games and stuff like that. Zach Rutledge? Okay, yeah, we haven't gone out to Zach Rutledge in quite a while. Let me go ahead and get that raid started. So the raid started. Thank you everybody for being here. Once again, thank you for coming out and spending your Saturday with me. Enjoying some coffee, some good chat, and some build. Thanks everybody for being here. We'll be back on Tuesday. I don't think I will stream again this weekend, but like I said, I will tinker with this to make sure we're ready to go for Tuesday. So thank you very much, everybody, for being out here. Have a great day, and we will see you later. Just there, boom, raid's going. All right, have a great one, everybody. Bye-bye now.